Hello, hello. It's me, the streamer. Beep 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 beep. Ah! Game audio is loud. Shush 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 shush. Thank you. Urban, thank you for the 39 roonies. Could you eat 39 dumplings in a row? That'd probably be really bad for you. I haven't had dumplings in a very long time. Excuse me. That wasn't because of dumplings, that burp. That was because I had McDonald's for the first time in a long time. You've never had a dumpling? Have you had like, you should have had like like an iteration of one of sorts, like pierogies. You've never had anything that was like dough on the outside and then meat on the inside? I feel like anything that's like that would constitute as a dumpling in some manner. I don't know if it has to be wet. Because I guess technically bread and meat would make it a dumpling. A dumpling, I think a dumpling maybe needs to be like a wet thing. Pastry surface and minced meat inside. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't count as a dumpling. I don't know. Maybe it needs to be wet. Maybe it's not something that you can like. I was gonna say maybe it's not something you bake, but there's probably some form of like a baked dumpling. But it is what it is. I mean, dumplings are good. I wouldn't be able to understand. I wouldn't like be able to comprehend someone not liking dumplings if they have like the filling that people would like, but maybe people wouldn't be a fan of the wetness or like the soupiness of it. Soupy? No, not all of it is soupy. The mushiness of it. Anyway, it's Ace Attorney Day. These past few Saturdays have been good for me just because if mom is busy, then I'm free. If mom is free, then I will be busy because I'll be busy with my mom who is free. So these past few weeks, unfortunately, she's had to like work. So I've been able to like be like, oh, perfect. I can spend all day indoors playing video game. But yeah, I think I kind of don't remember where we left off last time we played this. Am I back in court? Let me see. Let me switch screens real quick. Surprisingly, despite the fact that I'm running on like, I guess it's not that little of a sleep. I didn't fall asleep until like 2 something last night. I woke up to the sun ish, but that's still like about 5 hours. So I didn't put my mic closer. I still can't quite comprehend how if my mic is to the side of my mouth, I can still somehow hear like me breathing into it sometimes. But whatever. I thought I had to burp. Oh, there you go. But I guess for 5 hours sleep, I'm pretty wide awake. I know I'm gonna probably crash later, but feeling pretty good. Did I switch to screen? Screen should be streams okay. All right. Okay. So hopefully we'll be able to beat it today. And if not, then well, fuck my ass, I guess. We're in court. Okay, so we finished investigating last time. I don't remember where we left off in the investigation. I know we didn't. The door was still locked, right? We had all the locks, and Iris was there trying to unlock it all. For some reason, I forgot. Oh, last time I played this, that was the gravy episode, right? Or the gravy section. That was where like Pearls admitted to spilling gravy on the scroll, the wall scroll, because her dumbass mom was like, gravely roast the fires of hell and blah blah blah, and Pearl's like, gravy, roast, same thing. Right, okay. And then Larry was there, and Edward was there. He gave us a kiss and everything. It all went well. Oh, right, talking. Okay.
Good morning! Oh, are you all by yourself?
Sorry, my YouTube I'm looking at the YouTube stream page. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, as such viewers will experience buffering. Man, get over it. Get over it. I'm not even dropping frames on OBIS. Stupid YouTube requiring like 7 million bitrate to stream. Get over it. Morning pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya?
Wait. Pearls just said, wait, you're alone? Was she expecting us to be with somebody? I would have thought she came with us. I guess not. I'm sorry. We don't know yet. Oh, maybe she was expecting Maya to be with him. Pearl, you should have known if Maya was out or not. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
Alright, they gave a nice little smallish recap in the beginning of sections. No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Oh.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit it. It's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. My guess, Edward. Beautiful baby boy! Edward. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. What? The defendant as the witness? Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is it? Tricklocks. You know, if it's a matter of trying to get through every single combination possible on these locks, then theoretically you don't need someone like... Anybody could do it, right? You just have to be there for a long time. Why are they only having one person tackle these locks when you could have like 5 people tackling each lock, right? I feel like that would be more efficient. But whatever, if she doesn't want to sleep, then that's on her. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. Okay, if you have 2 people on it, well, you could have like 3 more, and then you could have all locks done at the same time. Thought I had to burp again. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we'll receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edward. Prosecutor Godard intends to nail this case shut today. And me too, I intend to finish this today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I could already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. he called us partners! We're so getting ready to get married soon. Thanks. He called us partner! The HD slide look is interesting on Edgeworth. It doesn't look right. His face looks too narrow when he's looking like that. But it's whatever. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dioxdom. No, I mean Misty Faye. Oh, right! I forgot about this. I don't know. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. Seeing that picture just makes me think of the big troop circus or whatever it's called. That one case with Moe the clown. Moe the clown. What? Moe the Lori the mole. What? Whatever his name is. Moe the clown. Moe clown? This makes me think of that for some reason. Like she's doing a trapeze like trick. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. I hope so. Free me from the chains of the trials and tribulation. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. That's not her name. Oh, that's not her last name, I mean. Your Honor? What are you? Oh, right. The last. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Does it? They don't look anything alike. They just have big beards, but brother has like a golden beard. Judgy has silver beard. Judgy is way more handsomer than Canadian Judge. I don't think they don't look related at all. My poor brother. Looked like a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. I should have made coffee. Honestly, a part of me kind of wants to like step away like later to go make coffee. So I can just celebrate the ending of this with the coffee. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. I'm not going now. I'm not ready for coffee right now. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Excuse me. Well said, Mr. Goron. I understood exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. I didn't even listen to what Goron said because I was thinking about coffee. Now then, Mr. Goron, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean? Or forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training in Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dioxna?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. I carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Oh, order in the court! Order! Witness! Are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. And I'm an accomplice to Grand Theft Larceny. Oh, yes, I said that wrong. Damn it, my joke is ruined. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Grand Larceny? I don't even know what that is now that I think about it. I was about to say Grand Theft Auto. Larceny? Is larceny also thieving? Larceny. I also have a trouble saying that word. Grr, that goat hunt. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris' coverings for someone? Nah, now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family? Grand larceny is typically defined as larceny of a more significant amount of property. I like that the definition of grand larceny still has the word larceny as if that tells you what it is. Stealing a lot. Yeah, okay, so it is stealing. Alright.
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be. to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, trite. She's naming Maya! Order the court. But not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
Objection!
That's ridiculous! Maya would never do. The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense?
Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Oh, okay. I was like wondering, like, what? I forgot. I think they alluded to the fact that that woman, aka Dahlia, was the one who saw Sister Bikini at the inner temple, and then Sister Bikini left to go wash her back or something. And that's why Sister Bikini thought that Iris had went to the inner temple. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with the cross-examination. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that, on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. But, what do you have to say with this?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
Oh, damn, he didn't even deny it.
I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
Oh, there. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Alright, let's continue with the testimony. She was originally accused of murder, and now she's saying that she didn't do it, but the judge is going, there. There, it's alright, you're just a baby. Where did you witness in the temple guard?
Well, Your Honor.
Mystic Elise strike Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean Miss Faye?
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at that time?
I was filming it for TikTok.
Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear. Oh, good baby. You're a good baby. Would you like a pacifier? Ooh. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that?
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for her weapon.
Wait a minute. What was his weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And at least Deoxys tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye.
Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Who put Worcestershire sauce in your cup? Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? I sure do! I do! Yes, sorry, Your Honor. I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her Robbie. Well, I'll just have you know.
Objection!
Excuse me. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Deoxys throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with the staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. I didn't think that this is how they were gonna bring out the staff being a sword or a weapon. I thought it was gonna happen in another fashion, but like one of those things where like someone else alludes to it being a sword, but then you go like, how did you know it was a sword? How no one said anything about it being a sword except, or only two people knew about it being a sword, kind of thing. But I guess not. See, it's a sword. If at least Deoxys really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite.
Thank you.
I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's... I finished my stretching. Okay. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. We're almost right. Prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present its evidence back its argument. I'm adjusting everything, hang on. Oh god, why am I so fucking gassy? It's not like I fucking drank like a small Diet Coke or something earlier for lunch. Okay.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Mr. Leaks Deoxys would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Where do I, there you go. At least Deoxys would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Deoxys. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey?
No, not Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Ah, are you serious? You telling me that mothers can't kill their kids? That's crazy.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Deoxys actually the great mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order! Order, court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of the facts that have just been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. And 2. That the two people battling to death were mother and daughter, despite the fact being unbelievable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness confession this morning. You know, also another thing, he just straight up said that Misty Faye has not seen her daughter, Maya Faye, in 17 years. That would assume, like, without knowing the context of the reason why she was gone for so long, you would make it makes it seem like they were estranged, meaning that, like, the mother just abandoned her daughter or whatever. So that in theory, it would sound like they don't have a close relationship. So that would be the most believable, but she could have potentially tried to kill her daughter. But anime. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of the morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. He's already ruined it. You give this game too much credit here. Listen, when you've been a fan of a series for a long time, I mean, you've played the games multiple times. Oh, I say multiple times. I think I've only played Trial and Tribulation like twice. But you'll nitpick on anything. I will nitpick on anything. I don't care. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. The nerve of you to be like, you know, a sword is unwieldy. And then you just had this dagger the entire time. It's not the dagger the witness testified to seeing. Obviously, Your Honor. But did you not notice something else? The game let me. I wouldn't have, actually. This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. What, huh? If they're fucking having a tussle by the lantern, and then everything is done with, why would someone throw the knife into the back of the tree? If you could throw it, someone throw it over the fence. Why would you throw it into the back of the tree? How would you throw it in the back of the tree? Which means, the blood of this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee.
Did you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Let me see what you have. A knife! No!
What do you think that kid is now? He must be in college by now. Alright. Testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found this very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Oh my god, really? Shit. I guess anything a cute girl says, it must be the truth. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to the court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Mr. Glee's nest attack and stole her weapon.
Misty May is just going vroom vroom. I'm on a motorcycle.
Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I don't even fully remember how things played out in this. Like, I know how it ends, but like, the details in between are a blur to me, so it makes it feel like I'm playing a fresh game that I've never played before. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean? Where was I standing? What the hell does that even mean, Mr. Wright? That's a stupid fucking question! How dare you? How dare you? What an awful question you would ask me.
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden where the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
Herself do that? How did she let herself put her back to the wall? She's just stupid. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? My friend would never. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. This bitch. This fucking bitch. You were the one who started. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost.
The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection.
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elise the Oxen. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. All right, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
The two of them
faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, or?
Yes.
I thought you couldn't see anything. How did you know? Mr. Leaf managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapses. Where did that dagger go?
I have no idea. It was dark. I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away?
Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over.
Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means This faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Let me figure it out. Let me look at the court record. Oh, the tiredness is kicking in really quick. Stabbed in the back. She was stabbed in the back. Where's the part where you say she got stabbed in the stomach? Okay. What if I just present the autopsy here then?
Objection!
Okay. Ow, my hand hurts. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What does it mean, Mr. Wright?
Don't ask me, I'm not the one giving the testimony.
Huh, it's simple. People are like books. You've all got a front and a back. You get my drift. Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense.
You're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Gara, explain yourself.
The witness was quite let me try that again. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities.
Can you quit?
The witness was quite oh my fucking god. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said, Sakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is in inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, should the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good.
But if you knew an acolyte was coming to train, wouldn't that be one of the things that you check to make sure? Because you say that that thing only gets used when an acolyte's gonna be there to train. That means it's one of the important things that you need to take care of in preparation for a trainer to come to train. No, you fool. You failed at your job, Bikini.
In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in that garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening. Ironic.
Yes, the illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would have been difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak.
Isn't that right? I mean, what? Isn't that right? I almost said your name for real. No. Water.
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Was not yet the night of the crime.
Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern! There's something written on it!
Oh my god.
Why? It's written in blood!
Oh boy! So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood. It says Maya upside down! What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body.
The sniffles. Allergies or a bit under the weather. Who, me? Did I sniffle? I don't remember sniffling. But if I did, then no, I'm fine.
Certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
It's something like that with her back.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. That the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. What was to go on? Anything further? Mr. Goron? Okay then, let's move on.
Koda is literally shaking, and somehow, I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose.
I believe it's now been established. The Misty Oxen was killed by Maya Fey.
That is wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself.
Or the bar Fae. I mean, Misty Fae. It still would be quite the. I don't think it's worse than just because she's someone from the clan.
Terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. Is that not what he said? What did he say? I thought that. Okay.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose.
Wait, where did she go then? Oh, I guess. Wait. So the idea was that Iris brought the body back to the temple, the main temple in the courtyard, to save the body or whatever. Bikini saw her, and I think Bikini fainted from the sight. And then where was it? Oh, I think maybe she ran to her room or something. I don't know.
Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
I'm just a shy little girl. You murdered someone. Oh, I'm just a shy little baby.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on me what she had done. Or dawned on her what she had done.
That was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition.
So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey?
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by herself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusty Bridge. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. That has literally nothing to do with anything that was just said, Goda. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Ha! Makes perfect sense to me.
Well, if at least body was thrown into the river, right? And the worst that would happen is that they'd be like, hey, this woman went missing. You wouldn't have even suspected of there being a potential foul play or murder. I mean, maybe at some point you would, but then, like, you know, it's all up to, like, anyone could be a suspect at that point, if that's the case, right? Because anyone could push someone down a cliff, but, you know, sure. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and...
The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask more details? Of course! About the tracks, sure, why not? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Oh yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are still fresh-looking tracks.
Our Barnabas right. What do you think of this testimony?
I don't know, it's probably important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. I actually don't, okay, I have to go through evidence because I don't know what he's talking about.
Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made it added to the testimony.
Bart, there's nothing to do with the case.
I will be clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
Ha! This should be fun.
Bow, bow, bow.
You, let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
So what? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Oh, weather report? Maybe? Snow, the occasional lightning strike. Snow from 7 to 10:50. Lightning 10 to 11. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Okay, that's implying that when the bridge got struck by lightning, it was still snowing. Oops. Right? Am I guessing that right? Like the bridge should have been on fire already by the time if it had stopped snowing. No! Damn it! I thought I was onto something. Okay, by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Ow. Oh, wow, wow. Let me press this real quick. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What is going on here? That's what I'm wondering, Judge. If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. Uh-huh. It means there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations. You said it.
Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, rather at the end of your index finger.
I don't fucking know what the hell you're talking about. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. What contradicts this? It's not the weather report because I tried it and it hurt me. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Bitch. 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 Bam. 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 What is... I don't get it. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. What contradicts this? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It's not the weather report because I already presented that. The snow had already stopped. Nulani, thank you for the 39 months. Enjoy your 39 dumplings. Caused lots of blood. Body fell 10 feet. Taken that night from main gate to Dusky Bridge. So, the courtyard, or Lisa's murdered or stabbed. Horrible sketch of the night of the crime. Hang on. Hang on. There was another thing that I could ask about. What's this? Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness, but now, I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
Hold on. What are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject.
Oh, fuck. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean.
The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say?
Okay.
Gora, why are you doing my job? Order! Mr. Gora! Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness' testimonies? Let's just say, I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. How could you say that she missed it if she says she saw it at the main gate? I can't believe Sister Bikini missed not seeing. Well, how do you miss it? I can't believe she missed not seeing the snowmobile by saying that she saw the snowmobile at the main gate. Like, do you think she just imagined the snowmobile at the main gate?
Ha, whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you'd better be careful in your testimony. And that's all I want to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Why would Gora want to give me a hint? I didn't realize that they would talk so much. I thought I was gonna go straight to the that one. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I use a shito to alter the wound. Shito. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you?
Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. More like definitely.
I see. Sister Bikini mistakenly thought that you were the one that murdered Miss Deoxys.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
By the time the murder took place... Oops, I didn't mean to press. What the fuck ever. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story. What happened? Oh, no, never mind. I'm trying to think, what the fuck do you want me to do here? By the time the murder took place... the snow had already stopped. I have presented the photo... I've presented the photo of her dead body. I presented the weather report. I presented the picture of the snowmobile. What else could it possibly be? The ball. It wasn't the ball. Ooh, I'm gonna die! I should probably save, actually. Night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
What? Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge! It was on fire?
What? Crazy! How did you not see it?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? It can't be.
Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
Homegirl didn't know the bridge burned down. Oh my god.
Order! Order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Under further lying, and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Hey, me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat!
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but... whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Deoxys was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Deoxys' body.
He makes a good point, on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
Why are you
so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Bitch! You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection.
It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you somehow... What? I got so distracted by his handsome face being so close up. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
You know, the color of Godot's coffee when it comes out of his cup looks really gross. It does not look like the color of coffee. It looks like it's black sludge rather than like, you know, not brown sludge. Like brown liquid. Ack! It looks like he's just drinking tar.
Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor? I'm just a girl. I don't know anything.
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be your final testimony? I don't know. I feel like you've given her like so many tries already. Ain't it how he demands it? Dark as something something? Yeah, but I mean, you can request it to be dark as shit, but like, I feel like no matter how you brew coffee, it's still gonna be brown. You can't brew a black thing, can you? Unless you... I don't know, if you burn coffee, is it still brown? I don't know. I guess all that to say is I've never had like pure black coffee in my life.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? That doesn't really matter that much. I'll never tell. Are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
So what's some misunderstanding, I see? This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Certainly was burned to a crisp.
It's a black and white photo. Why is it in black and white? What? Okay, no, there are definitely colored pictures. Okay, I was just trying to think like, are they like that far in the past that they don't have colored Why is this photo in black and white? I just realized, why are the crime scene photos in black and white? How does that help anything? Crime scene photos... Crime scene photos aren't always in black and white, is it? Color film is expensive? It's the police! Of all people, they should have the budget to be able to afford color. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
His ass. Kanye West, he likes big fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes big fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes good fingers in his ass. In his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Fingers, 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 fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye likes fingers in his. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Fingers, 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 fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass. Kanye likes fingers in his hole. Hey.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so I guess there's not really any specific reason why it's all in black and white. Of course, they can't afford colored film. Alright, whatever.
Or the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
Clearly, it would have been impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
That's right. I'm only going to say this one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Alright, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Now, since I know how it happened, it's more of a matter of like, how do I get to that point? Because this it just seems like such a fucking leap. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
Huh. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something.
I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? So... Oh, never mind. Even if I don't know the answer... Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence to see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark, and if I don't keep moving, I'm good as dead. So, like, dare I? Should I just simply post it, like, present it? Is he gonna make that leap himself? Objection! That's crazy! The lead up to this makes no fucking... It's so ludicrous. From Reddit, how the hell this universe has colored photos in 1800s but not in 2016? 1800s? Is that a reference to the greatest attorney? That wasn't in the 1800s. Right? No. No way. I don't know. Where did the 1800s come from? Or is that not related to Ace Attorney at all? A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Crazy shit.
Ha! You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dioxnim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Dioxnim. Why'd you say all that?
Brilliant. Highly gifted.
Apprentice?
Remember what he said in his testimony? Oh, no. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. Ah, a work of art. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Ha. Well, Trent, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks.
Why did Godot say that? Is he fucking stupid?
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whisker's-Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurice Dioxnim is exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh!
You know, it's starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear!
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet.
I wish they had. Wait, did I choose the wrong thing?
Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
Skip the penalty! Oh, I did choose wrong? Oh shit, get back! Get back, get back! Oh, he gave me grace, but also at the same time, get back! Wait, what's this? Oh. Why couldn't you just let me just pick again? Okay, so I chose wrong. I mean, it is what happened, right? You just... A contradiction. Something is obviously funny about the sketch.
You are correct, but even I could see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Deoxys stated it was over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Okay, you know, this is such a fucking stupid... Such a stretch to call it a contradiction. It technically is how it happened. You just need to flip the damn thing over. I'm just...
It contradicts reality.
Stupid ass whatever.
Ha! This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
You know, the suspension wires. Should I put it the thing here? It could be this. You know, this is kind of weird. But at the same time, I wonder, what does it want me to... This is what happens when you know the things that happen in the game. What if I do this? This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Okay, was that wrong? That answer! He was lethal! Mr. Right! Shut the fuck up! I'm blushing! Point to something else. Okay, thank you. I mean, I'm not wrong, right? I guess that's also why they only dock you one health. Okay. Yeah. It's this wire connected to the bridge. Or the thing you just gave me.
That's a Faro Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. On the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jump into Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires.
Patois! Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make that mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed the event? He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never going to come. You know, also judging by this angle and where the bridge is, assuming that the bridge is the thing in the background here, assuming that this is the bridge here, and this is the building, right? Theoretically, no matter where you're looking out of the window or the door, I think the image, the cut... Nitpicking again. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Loris must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how that relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Oh! No way.
Loris Deoxys witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up.
In other words, the scene that he saw was actually fully engulfed in flames already. And he apparently no, never mind. Hang on. I'm gonna wait until they actually bring it up for me to say it. So then, the sketch is actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lawrence Deoxam's sketch is like this. This somehow makes it look even more like scarier having it upside down. It's kind of like a creepy pasta. I don't love it. This is how it should actually look. Did I say that before? That it looked like a creepy pasta? I think I might have. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Whatever he said. Order! Order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum? Yeah, what are you, a grandfather clock? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used a burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Objection. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Was the sketch the answer to the snowing? No, it wasn't. The answer to the snowing thing was the weather report, but it was for a different statement. The lightning strike that night can only been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared for the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think that the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Oh, wait, that takes all my health? And the beginning of this is? If you want to know where the rope came from, that's fine, that's right anyway. It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, my beard is glorious, thank you. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Miss Elise Deoxam's body. Oh, the HD graphics of that made it look stupid. Wait. Okay. Two things. So Larry presumably saw the moment when the body got swung over to the other side, meaning the bridge was on fire. Everything. He woke up to the sound of the lightning strike going boom, right? And the bridge would be on fire, sure. But is this implying? This is implying that the body got swung over as soon as the lightning struck. I don't know if that's what they're implying, but I feel like the bridge would not have caught on fire that quickly and been that much, like, the flames would have been that big as soon as the lightning struck. In theory, when Larry was woken up to the sound of the lightning, the bridge should have just caught on fire. Right? And I don't think I don't think they would have been able to quickly grab the wire to tie her body and then swing it forward while he's like shocked at what he's seeing, kind of thing. Because it happened at the moment. Because the whole reason behind that sketch is that he saw it upside down because he was lying in bed. So unless he woke up to the sound of lightning and was just lying on his back, just staring at the bridge going up in flames, and was just laying there for like a few minutes, waiting for the body to inevitably fall, like, swing over. That doesn't make any sense. And another thing, the suspension wire.
They're saying that they used a suspension wire from the bridge that became loose because of the fire, right? So that's fine. Is the wire... If presumably the wire... How could the wire have come loose from the... How do you say it? Because the idea is that the wire is, like, attached to something on land. There was, like, this round thing in the ground where the wire is attached to. I'm pretty sure we saw it when we went to visit the inner temple. If the fire... The lightning strike had loosened the wire, it would have loosened it. It wouldn't have loosened it from the place where, like, for grounding, yeah. It wouldn't have loosened it from the side where it was attached to on land. It would have presumably loosened from the bridge side because that's where it was struck by lightning and where the fire was happening. It didn't happen on land. So the wire that's hanging shows that it's still attached to the bridge and it's hanging down from the middle, right? Even if the wire came loose from the ground side, from the land side, how did whoever attached the wire to the body get the wire to begin with to attach it to the body to swing over? Many questions. You could even say that maybe it didn't loosen it or something like that, but there's no way you'd be able to, there's no way a person would be able to just randomly be able to detach a wire from where it's grounding, because if anyone could tamper with it, that makes no fucking sense. It shouldn't be there to begin with. I'm saying a lot of things. I've said so much things I decided that I don't care anymore. Glug 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 glug. I was drinking water at the time. Glug 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 glug. Mr. Gora, I'm drinking coffee. Can't you see? Seems that Mr. Gora is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Objection. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Her body was bruised or something, probably. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movements by looking at it over the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here... it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What made you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Okay. I was just thinking like they tied the staff to her while she swung over. Just thinking that's funny.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Deoxym's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Ah! Why is it blue on the map but it's purple in real life? Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. Ow! What was that noise? An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! The coffee! It's brown!
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. Guess that you may try it.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you said, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Gordon's correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body at the Hazakura Temple slide?
It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? Ah! But
I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could have never picked up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Goda? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. The victim that's apparently still alive here because her mouth is open and she's going, ah!
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No! I had no idea! I didn't know anything about a pendulum!
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing.
Well, I feel like if I said it, you wouldn't believe it because it sounds absolutely ludicrous.
Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
That can happen to corpse, the whole gasp thing. Maybe not the back arching. If you're dead, you can get stabbed and you can still go, ah! With eyes crunched and all. That's crazy. That's scary. I would have presumed you're dead, and if I stab you for some reason and you still look like you're coming back to life, that's scary. Oh, dude. The smoke effects on his visor thing is rad. Shit, what the fuck was that game called? It's not Malcolm's Revenge. Shit. I forgot what the game series is called. It was a CD-ROM type of game, though, I think. Or whatever you call it. Oh, shit. What was that game called? It started off really good. It was really fun to watch him play it, but the last game was fucking butts. I can't remember the game. Anyway, I was just really distracted by it looks nice.
Oh, are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received a corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Attorney's Badge. I want to see Iris and Dahlia's side by side. I just want to see if it's the exact same except for the color. Oh, whatever. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister.
And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Her name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Why do you just have that on you? Why do you just have that on you? It's almost like you knew.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just wanted to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. I need a mine!
No, yours are mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. Says her execution was carried out last month.
She was executed for killing a person, which is fine and all, understandable. But would that not imply that everyone that has been a murderer in this game series has been executed? Maybe they have, I don't know.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What? That's a stupid thing for you to fucking say, but I guess given the context, I guess that makes sense.
Order! Order!
Wait a moment! How can you... My sister! She's already dead! What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body.
Crane channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was.
Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. Wasn't Papa Karma executed? I don't know if it was ever implied that he died. I guess they said that he was gone. And, you know, if he's dead, then so be it. But I was thinking more of like the you know, the non-important characters, the murderers. Like, Luke Atme. Duke Wellington. No, what's his name? What was it? The banana guy name? Oh, whatever. Anyway, it just seems a bit too harsh of a punishment for killing one person. Oh, I feel like, you know. But maybe that is how it should be. Maybe we should just execute everybody that's killed a person once. You kill someone, oh, you took their life? Okay, we take your life then. I guess that sounds reasonable. Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. What do you say? I don't remember.
We're supposed to believe that a coincidence like that just happens.
Oh, the channeling her. Naturally, it's no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Oh, God.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan calls for Dahlia Hawthorne to be canceled. Fucking cancel her. She's fucking racist. Part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. Two of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. Also, I did check, because I had remembered to. The original art sprite of Iris in the original game, you could see her black hair underneath the hood and everything. It's just probably because you would be seeing it on such a small screen, people probably wouldn't think to have noticed it, but it was technically there. Because I had brought up about how she was wearing a hood and people were thinking that, you know, you were supposed to assume that it was Dahlia, but in actuality it's not. But you wouldn't be able to see the hair. You would be able to see the hair and notice it anyway. It doesn't matter. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw in her temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talked about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What?
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the Inner Temple due to the lightning strike.
Body disappears!
Seeing this animation of the string and everything is so funny in HD. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places.
Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she is arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There was one.
Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. But I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna call you out. I love you though. Kisses.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
Ah, an earthquake.
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The Inner Temple! This kind of tremor might...
How could I? She fled. She escaped. We went to the Inner Temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet.
Yay, second phase.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. My current profession? Permanently retired.
I guess I keep forgetting that when they channel a spirit, they don't take on the color of their hair. they keep the hair of the person that's doing the channeling. I keep forgetting that. Because I was like thinking, like, how is her hair black? Like, what's the explanation for her hair being black? It's because I'm so stupid.
It should be red. Her hair's red.
Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
Yucky. Yucky. Evil yucky. I shouldn't look like this. Yucky. Yucky.
What's going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself.
That's what I'm saying. It's black because it's not... You don't take on the hair of the spirit that's possessing. Or that's being possessed. You take on this... It's the hair... It stays the same hair color as the person that's doing the channeling. I was getting stuck up on that.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, seems as if we were to learn the truth. We'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I've had, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have it blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seemed to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense! There's no way that...
Watch yourself, Trice. You got a problem. Solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Gordo's correct. By the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. That's when you discussed the plan.
Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain.
The Pearl Fay that's in the gallery right now watching this all unfurl, so she's gonna hear everything that's happening. No sheltering her from the truth, Nick.
She's a cold-twisted woman. Even she thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? A plan.
So the plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I've ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her in an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child. Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
But for it to work, Maya Fey would have to die first. Maya would have had to die. But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions on the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
Grr. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I looked absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway.
Why'd you pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Clearly, to win your family, you must love each other.
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
The plan went wrong and it seems to have succeeded. You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! Maya is just... She's just trapped! Trapped inside the sacred cavern!
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we've met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety, my bad, and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan's phase plan? Get out! Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was? Nope. I don't even know how you would have known her, to be honest. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
Oh, I'm fucking dumb as hell. I forgot about Mia. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of what? That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but... Excuse me. Bam, bam. Drink some water. I feel like the thing that ties it would be her, but do I just present her? Objection! I do just present her, okay. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone.
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
Or how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the only one, That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As I say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
Grr.
That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was at least the oxen who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing.
Wait, they make it seem like Elise is like quite tall. Oh wait, no, you know what? There's no point of saying that. These people can't tell when people are getting channeled. It's like when Pearl channels fucking Mia and no one fucking bats an eye about it. Never mind. I'm stretching! Oh, my back! Okay.
She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old back.
This in the original game, when she does the shocked face, you know that that's clearly just like a pause frame from when she does her like wide open gap mouth, like what? Whatever. It's just so funny they use that to be like a shocked, like, oh, I'm about to get stabbed face. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. She most certainly would stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Come on.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
And everything that they had to reuse the existing sprite of her for the shocked face so they don't have to redraw it.
But it is funny that they seeing it, knowing damn well that it's just a freeze frame of her existing sprite of her whenever she's shocked.
When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Oh, you poor girl.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan was actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan has succeeded?
I'd misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me. I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What? How did she know she was a picture book author?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way!
Order! Order in the court! Where's the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Just went to scratch my ear because it was itchy and I forgot I had the headphones on. Eh.
So what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Oh, you know, so the fact that there's an 8-bit version of his theme song, but they choose to play the orchestra version of his song is funny. Not the orchestra, but like the real instrument version of his song during the gameplay, like throughout the game, is funny. Oh, sorry, it's my phone. I forgot to say it. What kind of ringtone is that? It's an epic one, Nick. Better than your Steel Samurai shit, alright? Godor.
It can't be!
Are you winning? Currently not.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No.
No!
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Deoxdom, also known as Misty Faye, improbably may testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder went into the river from there. But what? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Troit. Just relax, think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible?
Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Mappy? I'm guessing...
It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness!
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh! Woo! Right! She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we wouldn't be able to see her body in this photo.
Okay, but since they were able to miraculously grab that rope to bring Elise over to the other side, but what if she decided to grab onto the rope and go like Tarzan style or George of the Jungle style and swing off the rope and then fall into the river? Since anything is possible with that rope.
Ha! So you finally figured it out.
You... No!
Order! Order!
You're just playing with me! Maya Fey's body is the bottom of the Eagle River! There's nowhere else you could possibly be hiding!
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? Where is this one possibility that you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff! So where's her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is...
in this very courtroom.
There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey is here? You said she's here in my courtroom. Well, come on out then. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
She should be in the gallery too. She could be like, no, I'm here. I'm still very much Pearl.
Someone called me before Pearl did. But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I right? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand attention! Sorry, I got distracted by some child crying outside. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey!
What?
Oh, but how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was already trying to kill her... Ha. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would the safest place be to hide?
You mean that's why she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No! Don't say that! You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne...
What's stopping Dahlia right now from running into traffic and getting hit by a car or like stabbing herself? She could just kill herself, can't she? In order to kill Maya? There's nothing stopping her from doing it.
Was played for a fool by that little whelp! Maya Fey killed herself! Isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course. I didn't realize she shows up here. I guess it makes sense that she would show up at some point. I just didn't think that she would ever show up.
Mia Fey!
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ha! You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey!
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that? I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
That was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the secret cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne?
Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Stupid failure, you failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
But how dare you?
11 years ago. That was a fat knife. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman!
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face!
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you, stupid neener boo-boo.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death!
True.
Yeah, like, duh.
But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between.
Ballin!
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed. You! It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now! Nice scream. Way better than mine.
I'm not ready! Not ready to go!
Wow. Megatama.
Oh, Maya! Nick. Sis.
Oh, poor Maya. Yo, she was channeling someone for like fucking ever. Yami shows up, man, I wish. Okay.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Gordon, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
How the fuck would I know? Did you not see her? It's not like we have her in custody.
If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Mr. Fay wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fay, as well as the young Pearl Fay, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems.
Medium Valley? That's the name of the place? That's the name of that's the name of this? Excuse me. Oh, whatever. I guess I don't whatever.
It'd be best for everyone if no further attempts was made for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different. It takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Gorot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony.
Huh? Dahlia's testimony.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, man. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Deoxys. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over!
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
No way!
But the court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney.
When you know,
Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. So, someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
you mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through!
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always comes dashing in to the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve! He's right, but still...
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. The score is now in recess.
This seems like a good time to take a small break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm going to go make my coffee. I'm gonna go make that coffee I said I was gonna make. Seems like the right time. I'll be right back. Go piss, even if you don't need a piss.
Fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes big fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes big fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes good fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass, he likes in his ass. He likes in his ass. Fingers in his ass. Yes, pinky, index finger and the thumb in his ass. Till his butthole goes numb. West in his ass, north in his ass, east in his ass, most definitely in his ass. Yes, yes, Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. Fingers, 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 fingers in his ass. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye likes fingers in his. Kanye West he likes fingers in his ass. Fingers, 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 fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye likes fingers in his hole. Hey, hole. Hey, hole. Hey. Fingers, 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 fingers in his hole. Hey, hole. Hey, hole. Hey, 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 baby, I'm going on an aeroplane, and I got that stuff in my cracker game. Man, fuck Kanye right now. Tell you, man, I am so distraught. Fucking Triple Q got his channel taken down. Some old horse shit, man. And IFPI, I don't even know what the fuck they are. They could just be like a fucking gunless sheriff, just running around, doing whatever the fuck they want. Asshole, fingers in your booty ass bitch. Kanye likes it in his asshole, yeah. Fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes big fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes big fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes West in his ass, North in his ass, East in his ass, most definitely in his ass. Yes, yes, Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Fingers, 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 fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye likes fingers in his. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Fingers, 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 fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye likes fingers in his hole. Hey, hole. Hey, hole. Hey. Fingers, 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 fingers in his hole. Hey, hole. Hey, hole. Hey, hey, hey. Maybe I'm going on an aeroplane and I got that stuff in my cracker game. Man, fuck Kanye right now. Tell you, man, I am so distraught. Fucking Triple Q got his channel taken down. Some old horse shit, man. And IFBI, I don't even know who the fuck they are. They could just be like a fucking dumbless sheriff, just running around, doing whatever the fuck they want. Watch out. To the mashup artists out there, do not use Kanye shit. Kanye likes it in the booty, fingers in the booty ass bitch. Amber Rose has been up in there, fingers in the booty ass bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fingers, fingers in the booty ass bitch. Kanye loves it in his asshole, fingers in the booty ass bitch. Kanye likes it in his asshole, yes, Kanye likes it in his asshole. Fingers in the booty ass bitch, he's in fingers in the booty ass bitch. Fingers in the ass, fingers in the ass. He likes it inside his ass. Fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass, fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes big fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes big fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes good fingers in his ass. Fingers in his ass, he likes in his ass. He likes in his ass. Fingers in his ass. Yes, pinky, index finger and the thumb in his ass. To his butthole goes numb. West in his ass. North in his ass.
Guess who's back with coffee? I forgot that I had a box of like decaf coffee, so I made that. So hopefully I don't have to worry about not being able to sleep tonight. Gotta make sure I save enough for the end of this, obviously. Okay. Hang on. Readjusting. Beep boop. Beep boop boop.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day. We didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. That coffee sounded bitter. All coffee is bitter.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple.
Nah, Homegirl was born wicked, man.
I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? She's so smart. She never complains about anything. She's so strong. She went out of her way to go and try to commit crimes. You know, I love her dearly.
Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that. Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Alright? Did we know about... At this point in the game, are we supposed to know that... Dahlia had poisoned Diego? I guess so, if she's saying it. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dioxnum, was it really you? Yes? Okay.
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. I have the same exact phone as you. Don't worry about the fact that it's black. They made it black and white, so it looks like a completely different phone now.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But...
Oh, Blaze!
the path to the inner temple...
Oh, the path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
Oh my god, loud! Jesus! We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? And this implies that there's a second perpetrator here. I love how she just disappears.
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much.
That's so impressive that it stayed in her while she's being flung from like a bajillion feet away.
The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura with a shisto. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. You're not even gonna question why?
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Yeah, so the bailiff is tired. He's had a long day. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix.
Hi, Mia, sorry.
Mia. How is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely.
But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Deoxys really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe. I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple's side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means that they were stuck on the inner temple's side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Mia's just gonna sit there eating popcorn. Save progress. Yes. Alright, here's the final stretch. The final stretch of the game. I think. Oh, never mind. She's not even by our side. Alright. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the result of the test we had performed earlier. Test? Yes, test. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, the full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That's all. Now then, let's restart the trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Spilled coffee on my lip. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. I wish she had kept her hair down. I want to see Maya. I want to see Maya without the top knot.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Writing Co. Law Offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. It wouldn't be such an issue if some people weren't such dickheads.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Deoxys's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right?
You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Poor Maya. She really does go through the most, so she...
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Ha! Can't say it was especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Seems that it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. I'm okay. Oh my god, that coffee burp. It's passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edward met with Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No. I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Sorry. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? I'm gonna press her harder. Maya, come on now. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh, yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone's undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
The spirit that was channeled by Elise the Oxnam, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue with the testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. Oh, do tell.
You almost died. Oh, carry on. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's just how it was.
Well, that's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
Okay, so noted. If I ever get hit on the head, I have to tell myself my name is Maya Fey and that 1 + 1 = 2. That's definitely gonna help me retain my memory. I screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear. I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope.
Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? My last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
Huh? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Oh, yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like... what do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming at for help. Ah!
But what is it now?
Ah, I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to get that part a secret. Oh, what have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light? A lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
Then something warm splashed over me. You don't mean... Was it?
I didn't know it at the time, but... I think it was probably blood.
Is she saying that when Miss Deoxys, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow.
How much taller was her mom? She got stabbed in the stomach? No, she got stabbed in the back. I guess I don't know where in the back. Oh, whatever. Even then, I still feel like getting a splash on her face would have been... She must have been really short. I was just sitting there in the snow.
I'm sure blood got on everything around me.
That's when I lost consciousness. So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that?
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Stone lantern. Objection. So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Deoxnum, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
Where's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Uh-huh. What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order! Order the court! Mr. Goddard, explain this!
Why does he have to explain it?
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Whatever.
Excuse me! Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
That's what I have right now.
Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony part, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
For what it's worth, ow is pronounced O. Okay, cafe au lait. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What'd you say?
If there's truly no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick!
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. She quite clearly described him as a man. You assumed his gender, you... In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order! Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There is no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Goda. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Ha! You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer to the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
It must have been Gumshoe! Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. I didn't agree.
What? This is... But it can't be!
Huh.
That looks so fucking rad. That's beautiful. Look at this look at this sculpted nose and lips. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Ooh, that's a fucking sick transition. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! Order! Prosecutor Gora, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Well, what do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong! I never saw that!
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man! For a totally different reason!
What? Come on, I put on such a spectacle to prove that it's possible to see in the dark, see someone in the dark. You're not gonna believe me? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, the body was gone, and all the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think that the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Gora said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man, because only men can shovel snow. That's right. Proceed with your cross-examination. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden. Is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple? You only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Torches were lit, the body was gone. Torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them so it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go through the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. All the snow and the snow. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow was removed in an unnaturally looking rectangular shape around the lantern. It's just neat.
There are a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's only one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's been bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
I do like to assume that, like, you know, blood presumably would have splattered at the front, but the person who did this, oh, I wonder who it was, went so far as to scoop out the snow from the back of the lantern, as if any of the blood would reach back there. But I guess you never know. Since the person did all that work alone, I assume it was a man. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. I don't know what to present here. Let me save real quick. There was something that she had, like, needed more confidence in something. What line was it? Was it this one? Oh, not this. Here. The truth is,
When I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
you did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
But what? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the Inner Temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. If you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it was where I said the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. Okay, and then there's a stone lantern. Because her name is on it. The body of Elise the Oxen was carried all the way to Hazakura's temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspected was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Oh, you're right! Order! Order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make sense to move the... But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the wall, on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written on the blah? The killer wrote, the killer didn't notice it.
Prosecutor Godot, Early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
Yeah, repeating the same thing that you said to him? No, oh damn, you must be smart as hell. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred here. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
Who would that be? Who was the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
The stone lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood! Humph, nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors that you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations.
This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Somehow spilled coffee on it. Or something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstains to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor! The bloodstain color stain is speared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it?
So those pictures the pictures in our evidence are all black and white for his sake because he can't fucking see colors.
Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
That's fucking stupid. That's a stupid thing to say. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Deoxym, also known as Miss Misty Faye. Just fucking call her by her damn name. Why do you still have to call her Elise Deoxym?
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Yeah, we're gonna discriminate against you now because you can't see red on white. It's crazy to think that, assuming that this is also how sometimes it works in real life, that you just don't see anything at all. Like, I can understand not being able to see certain colors, right? But the fact that you don't see anything, like you don't even see it like being like a grayscale or something like that, that sounds crazy to me. But, you know, I wouldn't know. I'm not colorblind.
Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written on there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer is right there, at the crime scene. In the snow.
Snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Yes, yes, why didn't he just take out that area? Oh, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that has seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would be able to see just fine.
It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godard?
Wait just a minute!
Maya,
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer! After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I... Eee!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She did? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, well that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Goda no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too.
Yeah, it's her fault. She's the killer.
Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Goda arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
How is she saying this as if she knows what happened, though? There's nothing that states like why she would know this, right?
Who was this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So where did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. Okay, never mind. That's how she heard it.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Just get her on stage, on the witness stand. It's fine.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath.
Ha! Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Goldart! Let's just move on to the cross-examination. The defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. So what is the issue? Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Goldar arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Goldar?
That's funny. Am I imagining things? Or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Oh, touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Goldart? Hot nights and even harder coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for the case, I never would have visited there.
freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the side inner temple, huh?
Ha! You want to say something, Trite?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor while I cross-examine Maya, blah blah blah. Very well, blah blah blah. After fixing the bridge, the police make it over to the
Yes, then Mr. Godot.
He cheered her up?
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
Here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
Truth is, there aren't that many places to look at on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Godot's investigation, sure. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally.
Oh.
Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed for the prep room.
Wait a second. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened, otherwise he wouldn't have killed at least the Oxnum. How do I contradict this? Oh shit! Shit. What do I, which statement do I present for this? I wish I had a little bit more health so I didn't have to save every time I wanted to do something. Okay, I'm good. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
What? Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time that bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's this wonderfully delicious smell?
How are you spelling it? It's a picture. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit.
Well, Mr. Godot,
if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there.
Oh, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place.
Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? But I'm supposed to show something here for this? Open what's before. I got it. I got you. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan and Faye authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. Now, why the hell did he go and look there? You still insist that this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right! Mr. Golak couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes? And what was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Faye told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center! To be fair, you're not privy to that much privacy when you're talking to someone at jail, right? Because there's guards there and everything. So, you know? Yes, could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Goda. Then the real question would be, like, had he been checking in on every visit with Morgan, like, every single time someone came to visit her? That would have been a lot of work. Okay. Order. Mr. Goddard, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all that just to protect his witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The girl's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect his witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect his witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. That's a word. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a
second here. Mr. Goda is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man, who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, your honor. All of this is related to a single case.
Lord.
Yeah! A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault! It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself!
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Imagine being so strong that you can hold a ceramic mug and fucking crush it in your hands. That's so fucked. That's so fucked. What are you doing being a lawyer?
I was moved by her. The way she put all of her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since that trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
What a strange place to meet.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
And yet he can still remain so muscular and buff, despite being in bed for years, or whatever, how long it was. Good for him.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I even regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathe? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way that she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
Oh, we don't see his age. I was like, this grown-ass man telling this 24-year-old, 25-year-old, whatever, is like, it's your fault that you didn't protect someone when you weren't with her.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor?
Is Dago's profile in there? Nope. No reason for him to be in here, I guess.
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me? Yo, this song is fucking rad. It sounds like the end. It sounds like it'd be like an ending song from a video game, like an 8-bit video game. I like it. Did I read this? Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fake was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Why didn't we just tell her? Why didn't you just tell her? Why did you have to do all of this without telling anybody? Or why couldn't you be like to Morgan, like, nuh-uh, you're conspiring to get someone killed, nuh-uh, no, 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 as I wave my finger in front of her face, nuh-uh-uh, Pearls, you don't want to hurt Maya, no, 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 don't listen to your mommy, she's evil, look at her eyes with no pupils, no, 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 don't listen to her.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What did you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Crane had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her.
Man, the police knew where she was and couldn't even be bothered to tell her daughter about it.
Fucked up. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Khura'in, Misty's phase powers was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
Ow!
What? Is this true?
But then, like, how would that, like, what would that prevent, like, how would that help, though? Because then Dahlia is still gonna exist to carry out the plan, right? Even if Pearls is not the one to do it. So then, unless Misty was able to, like, take control of her body while Dahlia was still possessing it, I feel like that wouldn't have really solved anything.
What? Is that true? I mean, it would have solved, like, Pearls being the one to fucking do the deed, but my role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Koda. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney.
Well, thank you!
But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Gora. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick! Please don't!
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Goda. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Frey, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moment before you lose consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area went dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Huh. Things break, Shrek. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Barnum is right. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Pew, 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 pew. We're so close, you guys. We're almost there. Excuse me. Man, there's so much gas coming out of me. They went out?
Yes. Suddenly, I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, then they went out right in the middle of the fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged?
Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite? Maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then?
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? What? There was another man? Oh my god, how many men are there? So then the scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the plate and attacked the killer with it.
And the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered a final blow. I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kinda wonder.
There's a contradiction, I guess.
I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Would it? Hang on.
I don't know. Actually, hold up. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya says she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Oh, is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something else other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. Oh my god, come on.
Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Where did this come from again? Found stuck in a pine tree. The blood doesn't match the victim. It doesn't say where it came from. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
They're saying that the blood on his dagger belongs to the killer.
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godad, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Trite. Order! Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the result of a scientific test.
Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if it really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on.
That's... It can't be!
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony.
Wait a minute!
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
The stagger! You said it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But if Mr. Godot had really been caught with the dagger, His clothes should be ripped or be bloody, right?
Maya,
Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there.
oh, that's right. Once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the Inner Temple.
Mr. Gordo was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah!
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess?
Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't be able to get any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Ah!
Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
Erg.
Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the books on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here?
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Gordo of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
Ha! That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty?
This has been an amount of health that can be taken off of me for the entire case because I'm so low. Your ultimate penalty means nothing to me, Godot, but I am going to save. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. It also doesn't matter because I can reload.
Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But Bart, we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. He had been cut by a dagger. There should have been a bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I already forgot what they... Oh, actually, never mind. Doesn't matter. I don't need to think about why there's no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's his location where you say the killer hid his wound?
Location? How the fuck do I... How the fuck do I show you the location?
Am I overthinking it?
I don't know.
Ha! I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. Was it wrong? You'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Did I get it wrong? Nope. Oh, nope. Okay. No, I'm good. What was that just now? Oh my god, we can hear his thought. Mia? It can't be. You're living on. Through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding that wound.
Yeah!
It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Goda, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Ow! Ugh! Why did it explode like that? Dude, that's dangerous. You could go blind, even though you're blind. Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Goda.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me, and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya!
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
But what do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason.
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Damn. Damn, when you have a handsome man say that to you, it's like, ah, damn.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. Well, what do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette.
Dude. Look at him brandishing a oh, it was a staff. I was gonna say it looked like a sword, but it doesn't look as cool when he's holding a staff like that.
A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Why did it show the lightning strike? I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Ouchie, my wound reopened. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma. I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. My man's walking around with a fucking huge-ass cut on his face. Presumably a huge-ass cut on his face, being protected by the goggles. How is this shit not infected? How have you not taken care of this? This time. It really is all over, isn't it? Defendant! Oh god, you're here!
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago. Of course.
Yeah. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? What? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny.
She's so cute! You mean...
That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister. From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. You were so fucking stubborn.
You're fucking so stupid and stubborn about it. It doesn't even match you.
I failed at something as simple as what? I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
She has gloves on? Dahlia had gloves? I didn't remember having gloves. Whatever.
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that ever happened.
Yo, bro. What would have happened if you two were showing up in the same place? She didn't tell you. Damn. It was the first time that had ever happened. Okay. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out that she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I'll have ever had. Is this the time when I get mine? Don't you think so? Phoenix right.
Ah, hell yeah! I got my coffee too! Yeah! I wish I didn't get decaf.
Yeah, I think you're right. Purpose of this trial is to rule out the murder of the victim, at least the Oxnum.
They should have given the judge a cup of coffee too.
At some point, I expect you will try for your role as the accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Why can't we all get cups of coffee? That's not fair.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant.
Oh.
Court is now adjourned.
No confetti? No confetti? I know she's like not innocent, but no confetti? Damn. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hands. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia! I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Probably when you're dead. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Maya! Nick!
Maya!
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook.
Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. Well, he is the main character. He has to. But...
Come on! Cut it out with that gloomy face! Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Yeah, the whole entire Fae clan should be thanking me. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered.
Ow!
I've been brutally attacked. Francisca! I forgot she was here.
Still a softie as always, Phoenix, right?
Edward! Excellent work, right?
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edward and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
Oh, right. This all happened, didn't it? I completely forgot that this all happened. If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, laid in bed shivering from his fear with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ow. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edward. And you too. Francisca?
I don't suppose... Gumshoe? Oh. What's a sad-ass music? Nah, man. There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry!
What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh, yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were, really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face? Angie? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon.
Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's what's something.
So then you do it! Oh, like you promised! You bring your model for my next picture book, Francis! Whippity whippity tripped. Ah!
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mentioned it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically you seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. Why do you have to say such a long fucking word? I suspect you are wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too.
Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Me! Pearl Fey.
The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Haha, wow! It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey! So this is where you all were! Oh, wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ah! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations for a first-class French restaurant tonight. Yeah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant? You don't mean...
Très bien! Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I will... We'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to.
Mia was there a minute ago, and then she went bye-bye, and then everyone got distracted by everyone else, and then she just went Yoop! Pearly, being a little small little kid, she has unlimited stamina. She went zoop away.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
Oh, what's this? You're all back again so soon.
How did she get up here, though? The question is, how did she make it here by herself?
Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay.
Also, Bikini's gotta be running this place all by herself now.
Oh, it's so nice and clean. Pearly's not here.
Maya, the hanging scroll.
Oh. Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be pearls.
Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. It's cause it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother!
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong for all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya! I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I wanted to tell you that what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she has no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman! The thing that Misty kept by her heart that would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... Dude, you can't just open up someone's charm. That's fucking illegal. A photo? Oh. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. So cute. So cute. Mia's head is ginormous. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the three of you I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Alright, we're gonna have a feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? Even cross a burning fucking bridge, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it in this small little room that has huge echo. Oh, we're gonna go deaf. I'm getting too!
Well then. Here goes nothing. We've done it! We've beaten the game!
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the office manager are writing co-law offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
Don't worry, you won't be for like a long while. You'll be a whole ass grown person by the time that happens. When that happens, I'll never tell.
Totally true. Mr. Nick really is Mr. Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through a special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Wowie!
Ain't there supposed to be music here? There's music here. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. The song is a little bit on the quiet. The song is a little bit quiet in general. Here, I'll turn it up. I'll turn it up max for you guys. There you go. I'll max it out so it's the same level as me. You got it? Here you go.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt.
This was this game? Oh my god.
Thanks to you, the Treasures of Korean exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen in almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Oh my god, it's been so long. This Luke at me part was so long ago, but I guess I did take a break from playing this game for a bit because of moving and everything. Oh, fuck.
Stacy and I started a company called Master Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city.
Our bottle is cut it out, please!
Pretty cute, huh?
I don't care.
Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
Oh my god. Yo. What is it? Trials and Tribulations is a really good game. That last case really is a really good case.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don T. Gray. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my very own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now, win through compromise.
Why does Nick need $500,000? What's he gonna do with that? Ah, fuck.
I'm not holding in the way, a wrinkly, grumbly, dicky, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. I talk about embarrassing 69-year-old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamanda. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
My, more reporters! Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think that magazines like us provide such nice visuals, especially in the spring. I can hardly wait for Irish to come back.
Are we done? Am I done? Am I done making voices of everybody or whatever?
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Well, you know, voice me. Just put me.
Objection!
What? Did they always do this?
Objection!
What? Did they always do this? I don't remember this. Sound King. But yeah, Trials and Tribulations is definitely.
Objection!
Is it the best game in the trilogy? Oh no, but Treviendo. It's okay. It's probably not the best. I don't think it's the best. I think the first one has to be the best. They did for this game, I think. I guess so. At the very least, this is the last case in Trials and Tribulations is definitely one of the best. The last cases in all the games are pretty good, I guess. I guess that makes sense. It has to be the big, but the whole like the tie-in with the Faye family and all that stuff with the. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's this? I'm back from a long Italian vacation. No one's here to greet me. Was this game? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I've got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgy Poo, I know exactly who's gonna say these. I really can't accept these. I'm afraid, or something. Some piece of this fragile heart. Oh, but ever fun gentleman, the treatment of the finally. Holy shit! I forgot that was this game. I guess that was the Luke Acme case. Oh my god, that was so fucking long ago. I finally found something I love to do. Frenzy's forbidden trip is gonna turn the whole world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. Oh, I'm an artist. Oh, a really good portrait artist. Oh, I'm not a loser after all. I don't care about you. You are so fucking annoying, Larry, this game. Wow! Now, wait a minute. Is this the portrait that Larry drew? No, that can't be right. Wow. Can you imagine this? If canonically this is what Larry drew as his portrait? That's crazy. The credits is literally her only appearance. Yeah, I think there was like maybe like I feel like I vaguely remember there being a picture of her in that security room, but I don't remember. That's it. Good game. Good trilogy. Nice little trilogy. Obviously, there were some cases that were like really fucking annoying, but overall, solid trilogy. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Maybe dock some points with the fact that they got rid of Nick's original like voice, his objection, and they replaced it with what sounded like Apollo's objection or something like that. But that doesn't really matter. So, what now? Question is, the next time I stream, should I be jumping into another Ace Attorney game like right away, or should I be playing other games? It's so easy to jump into an Ace Attorney game because those are like, I don't gotta do anything in those games. I don't gotta do anything except for talking. But I'm gonna be so impatient. I'm gonna be really impatient too because I got the next Ace Attorney game that I'll be playing that I'm going to play is Spirit of Justice, which actually means. I think I played it on this. I think I did it on this. Yeah, I have it on the Switch. I had to bring my Switch back into my room. My Switch has been outside in the living room because my mom plays Animal Crossing on it. Unless I go and buy a Switch 2. Actually, is the Switch 2 backwards compatible? Spirit of Justice. Spirit of Justice is such a good game. I think I can't remember if I played that multiple times. I don't think I would have had the heart to play it multiple times, but I do. It's been so long since I played it though, so I definitely have forgotten a lot of things. It is backwards compatible. I was contemplating getting a Switch 2. It's so hard to just drop it when I know that I'm barely gonna play it. I can play the Switch games on the Switch 2. What's like a... Guys, why should I get the Switch 2? Should I... One of the things I'm concerned about is that they say that they're gonna be raising the price of it at some point, right? Right now, I think it's currently at $450. Thing is, I still really want to play Pokopia. I still want to play that game. I feel like it would make sense for me to get it now before they inevitably raise the price of the Switch. I did get a little bonus from work the other day. And I did get my tax refund. But I also have a mortgage under my belt. Oh. Why do things have to be so expensive? Why can't the Switch be like less than $450? Well, yeah, if I do get it, I would definitely show off Pokopia on stream. That could be like a preparation for. I know someone on Blue Sky had mentioned. I had brought up like Rhythm Heaven, the new Rhythm Heaven, because they announced a release date for it. But someone on Blue Sky had said that that's gonna come out on the Switch one, or that you can play it on the regular Switch. So I wouldn't need the Switch 2 for it. But I mean, it's gonna be it'd probably be better to play on better hardware. I don't know. I can't decide. I don't know if I'm gonna make the impulse decision. Maybe my brother will be like, here. Maybe not. Excuse me. Wow, I burped right into the mic for that. I turned my head away. I forgot my mic is to the left. Okay, we lowered the music. Oh, is it too loud now? Is it too loud now? Yeah. Anyway, next time I stream, well, what games? The thing is, I bought like a couple of games intending to play it at some point. So yeah. Where is my Steam? I finished one game on my own the other day. That was a game that I wouldn't be playing on stream. It required too much thinking. I have Dead Letter Department. I have Kulo Niku. Those are probably gonna play on my own. Oh, I have Paranormal Sight. That's probably, I think that's a longer game though. But I might play that one whenever I decide to stream. We'll see how it goes. The game that I played on my own that required a little bit of thinking was called Consume Me. It's a small little like I think a kind of like an autobiographical game about someone's life and their like eating disorder or stuff like that. They're trying to like get through their life of a girl being in having like self-confidence issues, insecurities about themselves. But quite a bit shorter than Ace Attorney, I'd say. Oh, you mean a Paranormal Sight? Yeah, I assume it's not like short, but I assume it's probably a lengthy that you can't do in one sitting type of thing. I still also have the Gator Game DLC. I keep forgetting that I have that because it doesn't show up on my Steam library unless I install the game, I think. Which I don't know if is that something I would play on stream? I guess I should, right? Does anyone care about the Gator Game? We'll see. I wish I had the motivation to play games during the week. I kind of lost steam. I kind of like lost some steam for doing that. That's because I haven't been drawing all that much. Well, I drew today, but I freaking I was distracted reading Ouran High School. I forgot how good that manga was. It's like I think because I never properly it's either been like way too long of a time since I did it, or I never fully properly read through the manga, like the officially like the physical books of the manga, because some things that I just didn't remember at all, and some things were like translated differently. So I was like, oh shit, this fucking hits differently. It made me cry a couple of times. I was so shocked. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Thanks for watching me play Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulation this entire time. The next time we play a game, it won't be Ace Attorney, I promise, for a little bit, until I get impatient and then I want to play Spirit of Justice, because I really like Spirit of Justice. Spirit of Justice is a very good game, I think, from what I remember. Yeah, but there's a lot to do. So much to do, so much to see, so much to do, so much to play, so much to cave, so much to whatever. But that's it. I'll let you guys go. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the things. Drink water. Go pee. I guess. Well, I don't need to tell you to go pee. Do whatever it is you want to do, and also kiss Gorodot on the lips for me when you go to bed. Okay. Bye guys. Bye guys. Bye guys. Bye 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 bye.